Hey, Flo here. Another woodworking stream. Going to be continuing to work on the workbench that I started and almost finished. I should easily be able to finish the first one and then get started on the second one. Not sure how far I'll get with that one. A little bit of a late start, mainly because I went to the post office and got my new phone and had to set that up. Took a while, but I'm glad I did because now it's ready to go. So maybe like next time I do a hike, I might be able to use it more effectively for IRL stuff, but I'm probably not going to use it today in any capacity, but I really need to. And yeah, technically I don't really need to use it for IRL that much, but it just gives me an option. So yeah, I'm going to get started here. I think everything is already outside, more or less. I'll have to fiddle around with arranging things, but it should be good. Let's see. I think we're good. Head outside. Let's see. I was gonna grab. Oh, it's in my hand. Set the clothes out again. From yesterday. Continue to give them a chance to dry. It's a pretty warm day today. I think it's actually going to cool down a little bit. Not like get cold or anything, but won't be as hot after a couple days or something. I don't know. Anyway. All right, so let's get a better angle here. So I'm going back to, I think this will auto adjust exposure, which won't look as nice in some ways, but the video quality should be okay. Oh, actually, is this what I want to do? Doesn't really matter, I guess. Might actually start inside. Speaking of which, I might get a different tripod. It's not that big of a deal, but well, I don't know. Maybe it is. For better or worse, I stacked pretty much everything I was working with, like all my tools and parts and stuff, on the workbench, so hopefully that isn't a problem. I don't think it will be. I think it's fine. Want a little bit more mobility here, so I think my other tripod will give me that option, possibly. I don't know, man. I think I'm overthinking it. I don't think it matters that much. This is fine. Botrix, hello Botrix, how you doing Botrix?
Good to see you. You're such a faithful viewer on my channel.
Oh, not really, sometimes you don't even appear. I don't know about that. Take it back. Botrix, you suck!
For some reason, I'm using the Video Ninja app today, and there's some benefits, some downsides to it. Can't seem to use my wide-angle lens with that for some reason, which is unfortunate. But we'll just work with what we got here. Okay, so
I am probably going to use my table saw that I had out there with the camera on it at first, but I need to measure something first, and before I do that, maybe find my gloves. They're out here. Oh, show and tell.
What I got? Bug Zapper.
So that the store I was talking about had one, which was awesome. I wasn't sure if they would, but so if the mosquitoes get fierce later today, we've got something for that. They also had little knee pads. Sometimes I'm like leaning down on the ground and just, so I got this cheap knee pad in case I need to bend down. So yeah, that's cool. And let's see, my gloves. I also got a little light that I might use. Actually, I got several things. Everything was very cheap, so I couldn't resist. I got some shop lights for $10 each. I don't know if they're going to be very bright. I hope they're bright enough. I might test them out, and if they're not very bright, I could take them back probably. But $10 for a shop light, I feel like I can't really beat that price if they're any good. They are LEDs, so there's a chance it might work. Okay. Keep this outside. Actually, I need to keep this away from dust. I have this theory that if dust gets on this, that could be a problem. So just put it here for now. So what are we doing? Need to measure board for the top of this thing. This is sort of my slight frustration with myself. I'm not frustrated. I already mentioned this twice on my stream, but I bought 2 pieces of OSB like a week ago or something, and the guy made 1 extra cut, so I have 1 less piece to work with that's big enough for this top. So this is what I wanted. So I have one piece to work with, and then on the second work table I might have to compromise or adapt or do something different. I don't really need to put this up here, but so I have this, it's a 48 by 48 piece because I had, you know, OSB or plywood comes in 4 feet by 8 feet. What I wanted to do is cut two 24 inches and then leave the 48 like this on both boards, but the second board he cut all into all 24-inch pieces, which left me not enough for this top because the top needs to be 27. So I'm gonna move this up here, just take it down, and I'm gonna have to cut it outside. And we're gonna have to figure out the best way to cut it. I can either use a circular saw or table saw, and normally the table saw would be a great way to cut it, but I don't have a long extended table guide thing, so I'll either have to make something real quick or use the circular saw. We'll see. So yeah, pretty sure this is 27, but let's just make sure. Okay, measuring tape. So the bottom shelves are 24 because they're cutting off right at the end of these boards, which I designed it to be 24 inches. Specifically, I designed it to be 24 so that I could maximize the use of a OSB board. The cool thing though is the top is a little bit wider, so even though I determined 24 is wide enough for my use, adding that extra 3 inches is optimal. So this is exactly 27 to the micron. Yeah, it's like spot on. I can't even tell. It's like splitting the line on the measuring tape. So that's good. Did a good job with all that. So basically I just need to cut 27 inches off of that and make sure this is actually 48. It's actually under 48, but we're going to pretend it's 48. It's like 47 and about 3/4. So it'll just hang over the edge like 1/8 of an inch on either side. Just totally fine. I'm kind of curious why that is. Like I got this dimension perfection, like literally perfect. I've never measured anything that well in my life. It's perfect, literally perfect. I've never seen such a good measurement. It's like, what in the world? Why is that so good? But I can't remember why this wouldn't be exactly 48. There must have been a reason. I don't remember what that reason would be. The only reason I'm wondering, it doesn't matter, but when I make the second one, I don't see any reason why I wouldn't make it exactly 48. It doesn't matter. I'll just make it 48, I think. I don't believe there's any reason not to. Okay. There could have been some genius thing that I thought to compensate for some board being off. Or, I don't know, but I think I just somehow measured that wrong. It's just weird. Don't know how that happened. So we're not going to worry about that. So all I need to know is to cut that board that I just had up on here. I need to cut it to 27. Measure which way it's actually 48. 48 that way. Okay, it's nicely, fairly even anyway, 48 in both directions. I don't know if OSB has a grain to it because it's random stuff. I guess I can. I think I'm going to go that way. Okay. I guess what I can do up here, didn't think of it. I can put a line on here just to make it a little easier to see what I'm doing. As usual, I'm always going very slow with everything because I'm trying to think it through before I make any Stupid. Accidental decisions. So, this is a really nice edge. This is probably the factory edge. That one over there is a little bit rough. So I'm going to use this edge and go from this side. Oh man, I keep forgetting I need to make some kind of note that in a place where I'll see it that to dig up my pencil sharpener. I'd really like to have that. I might be able to find just an old scrappy school pencil sharpener. Inside, I think there's like a little crafts basket that my mom has for when kids come over, so there might be one in there. Let me go check that. If I can find one, that'd be great, because I'd like to have some pencils out here. And while I'm at it, I'll try to locate some pencils. Problem with my pencils is I think they're all art pencils. I don't know if I have any regular number 2 pencils, and I don't want to waste my art pencils for something like this, but not that I use them that much. But... oh, there's a thing I was looking for. Might end up using that. I'll take that out too. Okay. One of these days I'm going to have less stuff in my living space so that I can not have to shift things around every time I need to access something. But as Aragorn says in his battle speech, not this day. Oh, I found a pencil sharpener. Good. It's a good kind that actually works. And I found a group of kind of crappy pencils. Or just, I call number 2 pencils kind of crappy pencils because they're just regular. Once you've used an art pencil, you'll possibly think number 2 pencils are kind of crappy. It's like a huge, giant leap of quality between the two, but number 2 pencils have their place. Pencils and actually these are cool pencils. I like just regular number 2 pencils that have interesting designs. Of course, in reality, probably my favorite is just like the standard ones that you get at like office stores. Okay, how does this thing work? I can't even figure it out. Oh, there it is. I end up using that white marker that I had the other day. It's hard to see these lines on the board, but let's see. Need my yardstick thingy. I seriously don't even know what to call this thing. That's not in my vocabulary, apparently. It's not a yardstick because it's longer than a yard. Measuring stick. Is stick the right word? I can't think of the right word. I'll have to go to the store and see what it says on the shelf. Okay, it's not the best line I've ever drawn, but I know, don't be picky about lines, but I either move the ruler or just whatever, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. All right, so that should be good. So now the issue is I don't think I can, like the guard for the end of my board on the table saw, I don't think I can go out that far, so I have to figure out. It sure would be nice to build an extension to my table saw so I could do longer things, but I don't know. Without having to like spend a bunch of time building some kind of guide thing, I wonder if there's some quick solution I can do. Hack together. Interesting. There are a bunch of screws on the bottom of the table saw that could be made just to add kind of these sort of guides that I'm wishing I had. I'm guessing that's what those screws are for. Oh, do I want to? I don't want to make that. That'd take too long. Yeah, I don't want to get distracted. So maybe I should just use a circular saw for this cut. It's not what I wanted to do, but I think that would be probably the best decision for the day because I would spend way too much time making that thing for the table saw, even though eventually it would be very nice to have. I'm not going to bother with it. So it'll take me a few minutes, but I need to go set up on the deck like I did before. It's the only real proper place to do the circular saw, so I will go set that up. Need 3 scrap boards. 2, just need 1 more. Actually, maybe need 4. There's the other 2. All right, we're good. I don't really like using circular saws that much, but if you use a guide, it's fine. But every time I try to cut a straight line without some sort of guide, it just goes completely bonkers, and it's frustrating. So from now on, I think I'll always, unless it's a very rough cut project where precision doesn't matter. Shoot. It's exceedingly stupid. Not that big of a deal, but drop my chat phone. Why it fell off like that. Okay. Circular saw. Where is it? I need an extension cord too. Try to think of everything while I'm here. Actually, I don't even think any of this is what's in. It will be very welcome when we get power out to the shop. There's currently no power, and I have this really clunky extension cable, and it's just a big mess. It works, but makes things take a little longer to get set up. Oh, shoot. I just missed the ice cream man. I didn't know he was here. I had my headphones in. Oh, okay. What am I doing? Circular saw. I need a circular saw. I need two clamps. The small ones are better for this scenario. I don't see them. Alright, one thing at a time. Whatever. There they are. So I can come over here. Seriously? No. Yeah, I need something to use as a guide board, just 2x4 should work. All right. Okay, so we're going to cut it across this way. I didn't really need all 4 of these boards if I do it this way. Learn something new every day. Okay, so there's my guide board. And I just need to figure out how far over the saw blade needs to be. I want to get this dead on, so I don't want to make any mistakes here. Let's try to put this guy exactly where it needs to be. And while I'm at it, I'm going to measure that distance so I know to the other side. I want to say it was 1 3/8 from last time I did this guide deal, but I don't remember for sure. Actually, those 2x4s are not ideal for guide boards because their corners and edges, or their edges are rounded off, so the guide can kind of slide underneath the board a little bit. And because of that, I am going to cancel them. They are canceled. I have another piece of board over here that I think will work better because it has a sharp edge to it. See how rounded these edges are? Like the thin guide of this can kind of not stay straight or go underneath that a little bit. So we're gonna use something with a finer edge to it. Oh yeah, that's way better. Okay, let's see how much space that is. Oh, that was totally wrong. It's 3 and something. Oh, probably because there's a short end and a big end. That's probably cutting the other direction. So let's do 9.4 centimeters. Centimeters are so much more precise and easy to measure. That's not gonna work. This thing is huge. I guess I'll measure going the other way for that reason alone. This motor on this thing is sticking out where the clamps need to be, so let's put it this way, solve that problem. That's probably why I did it that way last time. This is not an exact machine. I can just like wiggle the blade back and forth, so I don't really know where it's going to cut, but we're going to get close. It'll be close enough. I think it's fun to aim for perfection when you have the ability to, measure things and try your best, but sometimes it just doesn't matter that much. Right about there, I think. I wish I did that. Alright, what else do we got here? I think I was right, 1 3/8. My memory actually served a purpose that time, but it's a little bit more than that, but we're going to go with this, which is 3.65 centimeters. We're splitting hairs here. We're going to go half a millimeter of accuracy. Okay, 3.65. Well, except my line over here sucks, so it'll be not that accurate. Okay, good enough. when I was talking about my pencil kind of going crooked. I could explain in great detail why that happened and know exactly what happened, but I won't. But because of that, this side is not accurate, so the cut will only be as accurate as my pencil line, which is not too concerned about it. Alright, ready to cut, I think. Hope I did everything right. I probably should get my goggles for eye protection. I just watched a few videos on shop-related stuff, like setting up a dust collection system and when to use a mask and all that kind of stuff and whatever. Oh, I just realized I don't have my hat on. I'm probably going to get a sunburn. I need to remember to grab it when I'm inside the next time. Okay, I think we're ready. This shouldn't move at all. It's very sturdy. I think we're good. Oh, I didn't check the depth on this, but I don't think I changed it since last time I used it. So it should be the right depth, but I don't know how thick this stuff is, so we'll just try it. So that's the worst cut I've ever done. So weird. It's not even close to the line. I think it's honestly, I mean, I don't think I'm that bad at measuring stuff. I think this saw is really imprecise. Like when you press down on it or move it in just slight ways, the blade just like angles differently. It's kind of annoying. I find it very frustrating when I'm trying to do these cuts. That's why I wanted to use the table saw. But like I said, I knew I would have to build like some big guide thing on the side of it so I could use it with longer material, and I don't want to waste time with that today. So we'll just have to deal with the crappy cut scenario. I'm gonna measure it, and I think I can fudge my way into fixing this a little bit. It actually doesn't matter if it's a little bit wide, but I just, I may as well try to make it at least consistent. If it's straight, if my cut is the same width on either side, I think I'll just leave it. It looks like it's 27 and an 8 on this side, so I'm an 1/8 inch off. If it's the same here, I'm just gonna call it okay. It's 27 on this side though. That's so irritating. I don't have a clue how that happened. I really don't. I think it has to do with how crappy my pencil tracing was over there. Like very badly done. Very, very poor measurement. It's the best I can figure. Yeah, I'm sure that's what it was. The pencil mark was drifting. That's super annoying. Okay, I'm gonna see if it's even possible to fix this. I doubt it, but I'm gonna try. Nah, I can't. Oh, interesting. I guess my blade was not set deep enough either, because it didn't cut all the way through. Lovely. Yeah, I hate this crappy this thing. It sucks. I'd call this thing no good. Someday I'd like to upgrade and get a better one, because every time I cut with this thing, I'd get a bad cut, no matter how hard I try. It's not rocket science. It shouldn't be this difficult. Okay, so I'm going to make the same cut again, because I didn't go all the way through, apparently. It's just annoying that it's not perfectly straight. We're gonna have to deal with that, I think, because I can't really have a... Well, actually, that's not true. I can fix it because since I didn't go all the way through, this won't move as I'm cutting it. It might do something weird by jamming the blade or something, but I'm going to try to move this side in just a tad, be equal with the other side. See if that solves the issue. But since we already have a slice out of the wood, it might actually cause the blade to go kind of wonky and might not actually fix the problem, but we're going to do it anyway. Well, hopefully that actually straightened it and then we're all good. Next time, live and learn, I'm going to do my pencil marking super accurately. It actually does matter. I thought it didn't, but it totally does. Crisis averted. Wasn't really a crisis, but okay, I'm going to quickly measure that. I'm curious what we came up with here. Because I just eyeballed it. I didn't actually measure that. Just a hair under 27, which I think is what this side is, probably. Yeah, we're pretty close. I'd call that straight now for sure. It isn't perfect because I literally just pushed that other side in a little bit. I didn't really measure it. Probably should have, but I just didn't feel like it. It's good. It's good enough. All right. Take all this stuff back over there. I don't think, as far as I know, I'm not going to be doing any more of these kind of cuts, so I don't think I need to leave all this stuff out. I'm not really sure. Regarding dust mask usage and stuff, while it's always best practice to use it every time, especially in a shop. Like I think if I was inside a shop, I definitely would. But I'm purposely doing most of the stuff outside where there's good airflow because I don't want to have to wear a mask, and I don't also want to create a bunch of dust inside the shop that I'd have to clean up. So that's kind of why I'm doing all my cuts outside. I do have a cheap dust collection system, but I didn't research it. I just bought it kind of on a whim. It was on sale I think a couple years ago. I've had it just sitting in my parents' basement all that time. I haven't even used it. As I get the shop set up, I'll add that in there and see if it works. I hope it's not just a piece of junk. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be better than nothing. But the videos I watched on dust collection made it apparent that, there's different types and they have their pros and cons. And I haven't even opened the box or looked at the one I have. So I don't have a clue. I don't remember what it is or what I bought. Wow, I just found a random piece of screw on the ground. Huh. That's not from me. That's a square drive. which I don't use those for anything I'm doing, so that's been sitting there for who knows how long. I don't know what that's from. Glad I saw it, because I could easily puncture a tire with that thing. Okay. I don't know if I need these scrap boards, but I'll take this good one back.
Leave these here for now, because I just don't really feel like dealing with them.
The reason that my phone keeps falling off this tripod phone mount thing is because it has the case on, and the case makes it too big to get properly clamped. So I'm going to take the case off. I think phones function better with their cases off when you're doing kind of heavy computing too. Like live streaming is one of the most demanding things you can do to a phone. And so taking the case off is just lets the air flow a little bit better, and the heat sink, if it has any kind of natural heat sink, is going to work better as well. Okay. So let's see how we did. Reminds me of a quote from the original 1989 Batman movie when the doctor is taking off Joker's face mask thing. Let's see how we did. Alright, gloves are right there. What else do I need? I should go check the stream. I just want to make sure I'm actually live, because sometimes I think I am and something went wrong. I just want to make sure. Since there's nobody in chat, I can't be sure. Actually, while I'm at it, I'm going to put some more of this ant stuff out because they're going kind of wild. Fortunately, we have some ants, and I think they might be carpenter ants inside the house, and so I just want to make sure they get them out of here. Well, that's weird. My video signal is dropping out here and there. Just saw it drop out. I wonder if my Wi-Fi is going in and out or something. I don't know. It might just be the heat. It's very hot outside. Probably not good for my phones and whatnot. All the more reason to take the cases off. That's one of the biggest problems. It's almost unsolvable for IRL streaming if you're just using a phone. Like, it gets massively hot and there's really nothing you can do about it. Like, I have seen products on the market like phone coolers, like they're little fans that go on the back of your phone, and I've never tried one of those. I don't know if they're legit or scammy. But at any rate, those are a thing, and I have not yet tried. They might actually help. I don't know. Anything to keep the phone temperature down. Okay, let's see how crazy far off I am. I don't think I'm off really much. It's gonna be close enough. Even on this side, and oh yeah, it's perfect. Completely perfect. All my worrying for nothing. Let's see if I can get a better, wider angle shot here. So I can't, unfortunately, like I said, I can't use my wide angle camera on when I'm streaming with this method, which is annoying. Let's see, I need to get over his way. Oh, I need more clearance in here. Clearance. The width is a little bit restricted, but it's because I have so many stupid objects in here. So most of them don't need to be in here eventually. But actually, eventually this shop is going to be so full that no one will move in here. The sad reality of sheds, they just get full of stuff. I kind of like having it empty, honestly. It's kind of a fun place to hang out or work on stuff, but eventually it's going to be full of stuff. Okay, that's good enough. All right, before I put that on, one thing I didn't do on the bottom shelves, I didn't screw into this, which you could argue is not particularly necessary, but do I care? No, I don't care. I was going to say it'd be easier to drill into those if I didn't have this top shelf on, but I didn't do it for the bottom one either. So if I ever want to go back and do that, I can certainly do it, but it's not that important. I mean, gravity and weight is going to keep this board down. So I don't feel like it has to be back into that middle member, but I might end up doing it eventually. But I don't really care right now. So this really lined up well. So it's perfectly centered. Clamp it down, and then I'll just start screwing it in. I don't think there's anything else I need to do. I'm not going to glue it. So I decided that if I ever want to replace it, it would be nice if it was just screwed in and I don't have to like pry it off and ruin stuff. I want to get this stupid round table, I don't know if you can see it, I want to get this thing out of here permanently. I hate it. It's the worst table. It's just in the way everywhere it goes. I was using that as a kind of a work table in some of my earlier streams just because I didn't really have anything else to use, but it's a piece of junk. Okay, I think we got it pretty much centered. Let me just grab a clamp or 2. I almost bought another clamp today, but I need to not spend a bunch of money. Like once I have a job and I'm working, I'll just buy whatever tools I need for each project I'm working on. But like right now, I need to really conserve money. I can make do with the clamps that I have. I don't necessarily need another clamp. What I would love to have is like some giant clamps that are like 4 or 6 feet long or something crazy. Okay. Where are the screws that I was using? And that little measuring board that I made, the little template. I'll use that again up here on the top if I can find it. Probably that. I think it's over here. Does not appear to be it. This is probably it, right? Yep. I need to measure how far in that 2x4 is so I can hit it right on dead center. 1.5 plus 3/4, so 2.25. What's 1.5 plus 3/4? That's 2.25. Alright guys, in place. Get that right now. I just need to get the screws, and I charged my battery. I actually thought to do that, which I don't always remember that kind of stuff, but so I probably would have run out of batteries today if I didn't do that on my impact driver, that is. But I need to go grab the battery because I think I left it inside. As usual, I'm getting almost nothing done. Crazy how simple things like this can just take forever. It's weird. Part of it is like having to drag out all my supplies every time I do these streams, because it's not like all set up. It takes a long time, and then because I put a bunch of stuff away and the others I don't know, it's just like, yeah, it's a pain in the butt. Actually, I forgot momentarily what I came in here before because I just saw an ant that I had to deal with. So if I do get this first one finished, which in theory I should, I'm not that far away from finishing. I think I'm going to start cutting boards for the second one using my chop saw, and I'll use the first one as a guide. I'm going to make a couple minor adjustments to the design. Nothing serious, but it won't be identical to how it was. Oh, you know what? I am not going to do this. I just realized, I'm glad I remembered. I'm going to put a 2x4 under here. So all I'm going to do at this point is screw in the corners so that it stays in place, and then I plan to put a 2x4 under here, and that's what I will end up screwing to. I'm glad I remembered I was going to do that because it would have annoyed me later. So yeah, there's going to be a 2x4 all the way across underneath here, under that cavity. And that'll reinforce this. If I put a bunch of weight on it, it's not going to break the corner off. So yeah, whew. It's not that crucial that I would have, if I would have gone ahead, it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but I just want to try to do everything as well as I can here. I don't know if I'm going to put anything under this edge though. I don't know if you can see it, but there's also a overhang on these ends, but it's not quite as big. I think it's 1 inch or 3/4 on some of them because I didn't cut them all the same. And each one has that 3/4 inch overhang. Right now, I'm not concerned about it, but eventually, if I can strip down some boards that would fit under there just right, I might reinforce those as well. I don't know. We'll see. But for now, I'm not going to worry about it. I'll just reinforce the long side. Okay, so this is, I mean, and I could call this done essentially, but I'm gonna put these reinforcing boards underneath there. So I need to find a good board to cut down for that. I try to find the longest board I can that cuts off the least amount of waste, so I'm maximizing the use of every board. So I always check my scrap boards first to see if there's one that's like just the right length by chance, or very close to it. Like this one, for example, is the only problem with this one is it's probably exactly 48 or so. So I'm gonna save that one because I know I'm gonna need some 48s later. So I might just cut down a new one in this case. All right, so I need to measure the cavity under there. I'm gonna get it spot on because I want to do a tight grip under there, not just a ballpark. Looks like it's 41, which adds up because this is 48 minus 2 3.5s. A little bit confused why it's exactly 41 though, because I measured this early and it was a little bit short, so that's kind of confusing. I cut it to 41 1/16 to make sure it's long enough, and then it's skinny enough. Okay, so 41 1/16. I'm going to use my table saw at all today. Oh, I would like to make that jig that I was talking about, but it's just too involved. It's not important enough to slow myself down to do that, but someday I'd like to have that. Whoa, massive dust cloud. Somebody must have blown by with a tractor or something. That's quite literally what happened. Okay, let's get my chop saw out and start cutting stuff. Wow, I'm amazed. Somebody is doing some serious kind of tilling of the earth because there is a gigantic cloud. So much so that it's probably getting all my clothes dirty. Stupid, it's annoying. What they're doing. Yeah, whatever. Nothing I can do about it. Dust. I'm not terribly concerned about dust getting in my clothes. I live in a dusty area, so everything's dusty anyway, but it's annoying that I just washed them and he's throwing dirt all over them, basically. Okay, what am I doing? I need my sawhorses. Yeah, I need a bigger work table. This is very difficult to work on stuff. Really just hacking it. Which I don't necessarily mind doing it that way. It's just I'm not going to get the best result, and I'm not going to do it in the most efficient, time-saving manner if I have to hack together all my tools and stuff. But it's okay. Let's see, that board that I had earlier for this purpose, where is it? Oh, there it is. fretboard. There's one. There's another. Should work. All right. 41. Let's go 41 and an eighth. Just to be sure that I have it long enough. I could have 2 cameras set up for this. That would be convenient, but not as kind of excessive. I had that going on in my first woodworking streams, and it was pretty nice, but I don't know, it's more trouble than it's worth to try to switch the cameras all the time. Just moving this one around with the choppy cutscenes in between is totally fine. Check the stream real quick again. Sure, it's good. Okay, I think we're good. I need to drink more water. Okay, we're good. I am resolved to finish this one. I'm a little bit less optimistic about getting much done on the second one already because I just, all the little roadblocks, slowdowns, I'm just not getting much done today, but I will finish this one, Lord willing that I live to do this or that. I mean, I'm really close. I just have to cut these 2 boards, glue them on, screw them down, and we're done, I think. I believe I'm forgetting anything. Double check measurement. 41 and 8. And double check the measurement on the piece, just because I trust myself. Yeah, I think it's backflick 41, so I'm cutting this long just because I don't want it to be short. I'm pretty sure it's just 41. But we'll find out shortly. No, I forgot to get my hat too. Let's see, I need more space on this table. mostly under the umbrellas right now, so I'm not worried about it. But if I was out, like I was before, I would definitely want to wear my hat. Like we're cutting just short of that. That's the knot, which is good. I don't think I'm plugged in yet, so real quick. Okay, let's see if you can see it from there. Angle it right, might already be showing. Basically up on the top there, it's fine. So this should be a little bit long, fit under here, and then I'll just chop it off a bit. Yeah. Just keep chopping it little bits until it fits in there. Almost barely a sliver. Just chop off the smallest possible. Okay, maybe not that small. It's so close to going in there. Oh, I just noticed the curve of the edge of the boards. I always forget about that. It's not really that close. Cut a little bit more off. Okay, now we're good. Nice and tight too. Good cut. All right, bring the camera over here, I guess. Crazy how much that dust gets all over everything just from a couple small cuts like that. So nicely cut that it's really tight and hard to get in there, which is what I like. Oh, actually, I think I want to glue this. Let me do that. But before I do that, let's just make sure it actually goes in there, because that'd be frustrating if I got glue all over it and I couldn't even get it in. I think it's like the perfect fit. Yeah, perfect. So perfect, it'll be hard to get back out. Let's see. Alright, so I got some glue on there. I think I have some out here. I know I have some inside, but should have one out here somewhere. I see it, I see it. Get the screws ready. That'll be the next step. Get the drill ready. Some kind of fly. I thought it might have been a mosquito. I was going to get my zapper out, but there's something else. I don't care about other bugs. I just don't like mosquitoes. This thing is clogged like nobody's business. Drill those holes before I did that, but I'm gonna run with it.
Normally, it wouldn't be a good idea to pre-drill them, but like that glue is kind of seeping down. Dripping all over the place.
I'm gonna run out of these long screws, so I'm gonna have to go grab another box at some point. It's annoying to me how screws are a little bit expensive. I mean, in the long run, they're not like outrageous for what they do, but it's just, I don't know. I wish they were super cheap. I wish everything was super cheap, but that's not the case. Should have clamped that side. I don't think it sank down too much or anything. It's just if I wanted it to be like super tight, I would have done that. Yeah, in this vertical kind of situation, that glue is not wanting to stay in between there. Dripping all over the place. Probably put too much, I don't know. Alright, that side's done. Perfection. Didn't ask for anything better. Now I'm going to screw into those. That was what I was talking about earlier in the stream. I was going to put this board and then screw the top into that instead of into the one that was over further. This is going to be so strong. I could easily stand on this. I was standing on it even before I added this step. Let me go get a random rag though, because these little drips of glue on the floor are just annoying me. They are unnecessary. May as well keep it kind of clean. Okay. That side, oh, no, not quite done. Getting ahead of myself. Need to put these screws in. I'm a little overboard on the aesthetics here. It doesn't really matter if I space these so perfectly. Just kind of in that mood today, I guess. Completely unnecessary. Spacing them every 6 inches. I could probably do less, but I think it'll be fine. I'm not sure if this will be the final surface treatment of this thing, I might put a piece of glass or even tile, just something on the top of this. For now, this is what I'll use, just the OSB. It's totally fine. I don't mind the look of it, even of a rugged look, but I might eventually put something that's a little bit more impervious to chemicals and dirt and stuff, because I think this stuff will probably get dirty pretty easily. I'm just kind of guessing. And it's not really washable with water. You're not supposed to get this stuff wet too much. So, yeah, we'll see. All right, next, let's have to do the other side. So, I'm not going to assume it's 41 1/8 or 41 like the other side, because you just don't know. I'll measure it before I cut the next piece. Oh, yeah. I think these are shorter than the last one, so 41 inches should be plenty for this side. I don't know why it's different, but it is a little bit. I think I can go 41 on this. There's this little knot here. I may as well utilize that side because it doesn't have a knot. At least not like that. So, yeah. Let's start from this side, do 41 inches. Whoops. That's a bit. I need to cut a little bit off there. A little bit off, as I figured. Tiny bit more. That's nothing, so it probably still needs a little bit. All right, cut a little bit off, too much off. Doesn't move side to side, but it's not quite as tight as that other one. That last one was, I mean, it's nice to be that tight, but at the same time, for the gluing process, it kind of made it a little bit wacky, because I think when I hammered that in with my rubber mallet, that's kind of when the glue started shaking loose and leaking all over the place. Okay, and I think I will. Let's see. I don't remember why I put the screws on the other side. Not that it matters, but I'm curious. Looks like the end I just did it. Average, and I did 3 across. So I'm going to pre-drill these holes just so I can get them in there quicker once I glue this down. This side look better than the other. This one has some nasty knot things, so this one does too. So it's about the same. We'll put it like that. Okay. Pre-drill. Where's my drill? See if I can get that cleaned out a little bit. This I was going to squeeze out as part of my issue last time. Oh, there we go. Should be better. Let's make sure I have this in the right orientation. I don't need it like this. Man, this is a messy business. It's crazy how quickly that. I think it's because it's so hot outside. That's why it's dripping, like oozing so much. Look at it normally do that. It is like going wacko insano. Captain Insano. Unbelievable seepage. It's like impossibly fluid. It's like water, basically. I'm not gonna hurt you. That is an unbelievable amount of dripping. It's crazy. It's got to be because of the heat. It is very hot. So. I don't know why I'm using that one. How about this? The reason I had that before is because this wouldn't have fit underneath where I was measuring, but for this, it doesn't matter. From here to there is 20, so let's do it like 10 inches. Really getting pretty close to being out of these screws, so I wish I would have kind of realized that. I could have maybe bought some while I was at the post office somewhere. Wish I would have bought them when I did my huge supply run the other day, because I can get them cheaper at the bigger town store or whatever. Oh well. Alright, just gotta clean up all these massive amounts of drips everywhere. Use that rag again. So it dries fast. Alright, now all I have to do is put stuff in the top and now we're done. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. Some massive splintering on this. That's the main reason I
think I might want to put
some other, like a piece of glass or some other surface on top here, just so I don't get splinters or something. Otherwise, and you know, the issues I mentioned before, it's not really possible to clean this surface properly, whereas something like glass or large tiles, like, you know, 24-inch tiles would be awesome. Or one tile that's the whole size of the thing would be super cool, but I don't know. Anyway, I might think about something like that later. Alright, other than possibly putting some screws down into the center of each of the boards going across, I think this thing is done, final. It took forever, but it's essentially done. I think it is done. As far as it's ready to just go in place, and then I need to make the second one, so I think I'll get working straight away on that. Let's see, what time is it? Wow, it's getting late already. Time flies. I think I can go for like an hour and a half more, so we'll see what we can get done in that amount of time. I'm debating on whether I do the inset things, like this thing where I use my table saw to chop inside of those. I'm debating on whether I want to bother with that on the second one. I don't know how much, if any, strength that provides. I think what really is going to make sure this thing doesn't skew or rip apart is the plywood itself. Obviously, there's screws going into each end of these, but I think it does help to have that inset on all of them, but ultimately, I don't think it helps enough that I want to bother doing that, because that took so long and was frustrating and honestly a little bit dangerous using the table saw that was dragging massive friction on there. So I think I might just, on the second one, not do the insets at all. It'll go a lot faster and easier. The measurements should be easier to do. So yeah, but this one is done. All right, number 2. Oh, the other thing I realized I could do, I might do that on this one, on the second one. Instead of cutting these notches out, I'm not sure the camera's pointing far enough down to see what I'm pointing at. Probably, but it's not that great of an angle. So for those that were watching before, I cut these notches out of each corner because these vertical things are going down past that. I think on the second one, I am going to fork out that entirely, and I'm going to cut this board a little bit shorter so that this plywood goes underneath that inside there, so I don't have to cut the notches off. That's my plan. I just need to remember to do it. So in order to make that happen, I need to know exactly how thick this plywood is to compensate the length of this board in the next one. Where's my measuring tape? It's like disappeared. It's probably out there with the cables. I mean, the saw. So yeah, you learn new things as you work on projects. I actually designed this giant rolling thing that I'm going to do for the next project after the second table that I'm going to make. And that thing has all of these design considerations already built into it. So I didn't just think of that like right now on the fly. I already thought of this issue of the notches in my next design has accounted for that. The other thing I might do on the second one of these, I was debating, vacillating, whatever. I changed my mind throughout the middle of the project. This little inset, offset, whatever you want to call it thing, I started out with it being 3/4 inch and where I was making those notches. And then I realized this little bit of wood could easily chip off like it did right there. And so I started making them 1 inch instead, but I think I'm going to make them 1.5. Again, I'm not going to cut the notches, but I think I'm going to make these boards inset 1.5 inches, because then I can eventually put a second board here if I so desire and make these connections very strong. Obviously, I could also put those boards all the way at the edge instead and not have double boards, which is probably sufficient strength. I don't think I need to double up there. But speaking of doubling up and stuff, I think I'm going to leave this first one as it is and not try to cut a board to put under here, but I don't know. It doesn't matter. They don't need to be like exact mirror images of each other. They don't need to look identical. I want each, as I learn something new, the second one will be better than the first one. So, but anyway, I forgot to put some screws here across this way. So I may as well do that. And I don't think I'm going to put a supporting board under here. So I'll just screw into the existing board that's 1 inch in. So that means I need to drill 1 inch in plus 3/4, so 1 inch and 3/4. Just moved it like a moron. I don't think these kind of clamps are way more annoying to use. Super annoying. I don't like them at all. Is there nowhere better I can clamp that? That's ridiculous. I think I can clamp it in here. Wow, that slides with zero friction. I discovered a zero friction environment. If I touch this, it will literally go to Antarctica because there's so little friction here. Whatever force I apply to it, nothing is lost. So I guess air friction would eventually stop it. This would go flying and like cut a hole through the wall, basically. But yeah, whatever. Anyway, no friction going on here. If I barely tap that, it flies like 3,000 miles. It's unbelievable. Never seen such a thing. I think it's probably because this is like balanced almost in the center over there, so it's like rotating on the axis or something. It's like very odd scenario. No, it's not moving anywhere now. We added friction to the equation. Is this overkill? Oh yes, very much so. But that makes it enjoyable. This trigger kind of clamp is so much better, it's not even funny. Okay, so this is 27, so I need to do 13 and a half for the middle. Is that right? 26, yeah. And I don't care about these halves so much. It's about 7 1/4, approximately. I can smell that citronella candle. It must be still in here, just from the heat of the. Just it's hot in here. It's probably melting the candle enough to like give off a decent amount of scent. I wonder if you could. I've bought enough citronella candles and never lit them, but you just had just that scent strong enough. If that would actually do anything, or if it's the burning of them that causes some chemical reaction that is more effective. I don't know, but like I feel like it's theoretically possible. If it's the smell that mosquitoes don't like, then you could just have enough of those and not light them, just have their scents going off, or just buy some, what do you call it, essential oils or something. I don't think those things work though, like not as well as they're supposed to. Stuff chips so easily. I could sand it, I suppose, with the belt sander, orbital sander, or whatever, but I don't think that would really solve anything. This side of the board that I put up, I did intentionally because it has some kind of oil coating on it. I can see that it's a little shiny, so I wouldn't want to sand that off necessarily, but I think it's fine. Okay, so, and like I said, I'll probably at some point in the future put some kind of material over the top of this stuff as a final surface. This middle shelf and the bottom shelf I'm not as concerned about. I don't think I would put anything on those, but the top shelf, where I'm doing all the work and getting dirty and all that, I think it would be kind of nice to put some kind of protective coating of something on there. I guess I could even like put some boards like you do for cement forms and just like put a ton of epoxy on there and just let it dry like a clear coat of 1/8 thick epoxy or something crazy. I don't know. That's a thought. So then you still have the rough look of seeing the wood pieces through there, and it would the epoxy would probably kind of darken them and like make them look like they're stained or something. I don't know. I'll see. I don't know what I'm gonna do. today, partly because it's hot and I just don't feel like working super hard and fast. Forgetting to drink water too. Yeah, I know I said it was done and then I started doing stuff again. It's just because I forgot these screws on the end. And considering that I'm considering to put some kind of other surface on the top, you could say it's not even done until I figure that out, but it's essentially done. So there we go. I call that done, even if I do modify it a little bit in the future. So it's basically done. I can even go roll it into place, but yeah, actually I think I will just get out of the way because I need to kind of get in here to do other things. Whoops. Yay, I broke another drill bit because it fell on the floor. Man, I'm dumb. That's why it's nice not to have corded drills. Or corded anything, just battery operated. So this thing is going to live approximately right here. Make sure you can actually see that in the camera.
All right, so that is the side of the shop or the shed where my workspace is going to be.
I'm going to make another one of those, identical to it. Eventually, I might actually have a total of 3, but I'm going to start out with 2. And I think technically 2 is probably sufficient. And as you can see, it's about just the right height for me to stand next to and work on stuff. And I'll also buy a tall stool chair, office chair thing that can roll around, and so I can sit down in front of it as well. And so you can just visualize how there would be. One there, and once I make the second one, oh, that's heavy. I've moved that around so many times because it doesn't have a proper place to be. The other one will obviously be next to it over here. See how easy they roll around. So, you know, one here, one there. But then I'll, optionally I can have, if I just want to have like a really tight setup, I could have like one coming out this way. I could be standing here, and then I could have the other one the opposite way. So it'd be like this, and I just turn around. There's stuff there. It just depends on how I want to work. That's why I made them so they can roll around. And if I have 3 of them, eventually, I think if I remember right, I measured all this, and I think it works. If I put one there and one on the opposite side, and then one here, then it would be like a U shape all around me. So that's another option if I eventually make 3 of them. So yeah, it's pretty versatile as far as work layout. And so, yep, there's the first one, and let's start working on the second one, I guess. I probably won't get too far, but at least get started on something. Brown Pizza 3000. Looking good after you get it done. Hey, thanks, dude. Can't remember if you've come by my stream or not. It doesn't look familiar. The funny thing is, though, I'm streaming on a bunch of platforms. One of the platforms is called Bolt Plus, and last night I threw a random sticker in the chat, and the sticker was this terrible picture of Garfield, stuffed animal thing, and it says, "Where's pizza?" Anyway, just made me think of that. Very random, but no, I'm not selling that. Sorry, I wasn't looking at chat for quite a while, but I don't know if you're still here. Proud Pizza 3000. No, I am not selling it. I am going to use it. I couldn't sell it for enough money to make it worth it. You can't make money things anymore, at least not in the United States. Cost of labor and materials is too high. But I can save money by making things for myself rather than buying them. And that's not even 100% sure. I think this was pretty cheap build though. Like everything you see is 2x4s and OSB plywood. So there's nothing besides OSB and 2x4s except for all the screws and glue and then the casters on the bottom. But it's very simple build. Very simple ingredients, materials. So there you go. It's annoying that my text-to-speech just turns itself off. It really irritates me, but whatever. I didn't hear all these comments. Okay, so let's probably go outside. I think I'll just leave the camera outside for the remainder of the stream while I'm cutting random pieces for the next almost identical workbench. The only problem is my phone will be in direct sunlight if I leave it out here. Suppose I could put it right under the umbrella and maybe still get an okay angle here. That'll work. Okay, so the rest of the stream, I'm just going to be cutting various pieces for the next one and using essentially the first one that I made as a measuring guide for everything else that I do. So, Chatmobile, put it over here so it's out of dust, more or less. Probably get my zap thing ready because I might actually use it today. It'd be kind of fun. I mean, I'd rather the mosquitoes just stay away from me, but if they're going to be here, I can use the zap thing. Except I need to keep it out of where it's going to get dust on it. So, oh, where is it anyway? You can see it. There it is. Just get it ready for when I need it. Get my water out there. Need tape measure. I think that's about it. Tape measure and a pencil. Pencil sharpener. Oh, I bought some used hinges. I'm going to use that in the project later, quite a bit later. So, not even this project. I guess technically that's the next project. I get those off the hinges can be kind of expensive, so that's why I bought them used. I don't really think they go bad. Inspected them, made sure they're decent. Like these small ones, for example, were 25 cents each, and I'm sure they'd be a lot more than that new. These big ones were $1, so it's cheaper that way. Try to save money however I can, as long as I'm not compromising the quality significantly. Okay, what are we doing? I'm going to start measuring stuff. Let me get this actually back out there so you can at least kind of see it in the background as I'm measuring stuff. I'm not going to see it up close because I'm not about to move my camera all around. It would be kind of cool if I had a first-person perspective. Like if I ever have money to buy a GoPro, that'd be pretty cool. Like I could have the wide sweeping view, like I have the camera out there showing everything, but then like have one attached to my forehead or chest so you can sort of see a little bit of what I'm doing. But not anytime soon. I don't have money for anything like that, so ain't no GoPro purchasing for me anytime soon. Where did I put the tape measure though? That's the question. These shouldn't be out here collecting dust on these batteries. Because there's even a chance that could be a fire hazard, I don't know. That's odd. I don't know where and my tape measure's probably out there in front of my face. I feel like I put it somewhere else. Whew, it's hot. Seriously, I don't get it. The thing is just gone. Oh, here it is, as I suspected. Okay, let's get some measurements here. So I am going to try to match the height exactly. Everything else might change, but the height needs to remain as close to exact as I can. So we got, come on, seriously, 36 and 7/8. I think so. Yeah, so that measurement should not change at all. 36 and 7/8. I'm going to start cutting new boards because I don't really have any scraps as far as I know. Let me take one survey. So I like to use the scraps before I start using anything else. Just so I make full use of all of my materials. It looks like I don't have any scraps. I have that one 4-foot long, but I'm going to keep that one because I can use one of that exact length or something. So here we go. Starting from fresh new board here. I already forgot the measurement. Brain. 36 and 7/8, I think. 36 and 7/8. It's not the prettiest board, but I have to use them all. Can't be picky. 36 and 7/8. I'm going to measure all four legs, because what if, you know, they're not all the same for some reason? They should be. They've just been a little bit sloppy. Not exactly the same. Close enough to the same, but let me see what the average of them is. So this one is 36 and 16ths. 13/16. This one's 36 and 13/16 too, so maybe if most of them are that, then that's what I'm going to go for. Yeah. 36 and 13/16. I'm glad I checked because I want them all to be close to identical as they can be. So let's go with that. 36 and 13/16. I know it's a very small amount of difference, but I want the tops of these to line up as well as they can. With all the various variables, I don't know if they will, but we'll try to get it as close as I can. So I can cut 4 of these just straight away. So they all need to be the same length. Not sure if we're still plugged in, looks like it. Check to make sure I didn't make some crazy stupid error. You never know. Looks good. I'm not even going to use the. Sometimes I match them, like cut them this way by matching them that way. I'm going to measure each one just because I want to make sure they have a similar basis for error, which is hopefully none. But I should also write that down somewhere. I used to have a clipboard with some paper out here. I don't know what happened to it. But if I wrote things down, I could just make slight less chance of misremembering numbers. I do that kind of thing. I'm just getting old, forget stuff. I don't know, it's probably inside. Just write it down on this board or something. So I got 36 and 13/16. Just double check that here. Yep. "36 and 13/16. You can only get 2 out of each board. This might be long enough I can use it for another piece in the project, I'm not sure. See how close I get, just out of curiosity. When I cut 2 things independently and measure, how close are they? That's pretty much exact. I don't see any difference there, so that's good. Not that sloppy yet. I've made mistakes like that before, but I'm glad to see that I can trust our own ability to measure things. Sometimes, not always. Okay. The width of the pencil line, like, I'm serious. I mean, if you want to be exact, it doesn't matter really most of the time, but if you want to be exact, the width of your pencil line, the issue I was having earlier in the stream, I didn't want to explain it, but I will, just so you know, so you can take these things into account when you're doing your own projects. And I know all this stuff from bookbinding. Because with bookbinding, every half a millimeter matters. I'm not even joking. Okay, see how this is beveled? Like the pencil comes to a point that's fatter. The higher you go, so the closer you are to the edge, the closer it is going to be to the point, but the width of the point is offset by how much it's pushed out by your ruler. So if you have a deep ruler, you can see that if you hold your pencil straight up, it's actually quite a ways out from the edge. If you want to get it as close to the edge as possible, you angle your pencil that way and keep that same angle throughout your stroke of the pencil. If you're moving it in and out, it's going to change the position of the pencil mark. And that's what I did as a mistake on that cut that I did earlier. I was sloppy in that, and I think it's also possible my ruler moved a little bit. So that's why it's sometimes good if you can't get a good grip or it's like really slidey to use clamps when you're measuring things just to make sure it doesn't move. But most of the time, projects like this, that level of detail is not particularly important. But that one earlier when I was cutting that OSB to 27 inches, I clearly made a pretty heinous error somewhere because it was off enough that it would have affected the visible quality of the project. It was quite pathetic, actually. And so that is kind of the culprit. I both probably moved the ruler a little bit and the width of the pencil lead and how far away how close I was able to get to the ruler. All of that stuff combined created for quite a large margin of error. I mean, a large error which I wasn't happy about. I'm sure you've noticed the ice cream man earlier. That would have kind of made my day. But I had my ear music in and I couldn't hear a thing, so I didn't hear him come by. Check my chat in case the text-to-speech turned itself off like it seems to like to do. Nope, nobody since. I hate that thing though, I wish it wouldn't do that. 36 and 13/16. Obviously the width of the blade matters, that's why I'm getting down really close to make sure the blade is on the other side of my mark. I mean, that's just obvious stuff, but in case you're watching and you don't know about that, you want to make sure your width of the side of your edge of your blade is right up against either side of your mark that you don't want to remove material from, because like this blade is about an 1/8 inch thick, so if I put it right in the center of my mark, I'd lose a 1/16 on either side, and if I put it like on the wrong side, I'd cut off a whole 1/8 and change my measurements. So try to be careful with that stuff. Be nice if you could somehow cut wood without removing any material, because oftentimes you want, for example, you have a piece of plywood that's 4x8 and you want 2 4x4s or like 3 2x4s, but every time you cut it, you're cutting off 1/8 of an inch, so you can no longer have an exact 4x4 or 2x4. You're cutting it short every time you cut it, which is part of the reason some of my measurements might be slightly off or like the table ended up being not exactly 48. I don't know if you can see it from here, but there's a tiny overhang on that right-hand side of that plywood on the top, and that's because of that kind of stuff. It's like very minimal, doesn't matter at all. But if you're going for like perfection, that kind of stuff actually comes into play. Okay, so we got all 4 posts cut, which are these pieces right here. So next, I should have these like labeled somehow so I don't accidentally pull from them and think I have the wrong piece or something, but it'd be nice to have little post-its, or I could write on them with a pencil or something. Doesn't matter. I don't know why I'm doing that. Shouldn't put them up there. They're in the way. Let's put them right here for now. Next, I guess I'll do the cross members, which should be exactly 48. Let me. I think I'll make them exactly 48. So if these ones. Oh, you know what? I think that's it. Here's the deal. I bought 2x4s that are 8 feet long, and I had to cut them in half. Obviously, I'm not gonna put the cut at 48 inches and then not use the second half as the same thing. So that's why it's a little bit short of 48, is because of that kind of stuff. So because the width of the blade cut off a little bit, so both sides can't be exactly 48 if you're starting out with a 8-foot board and you're cutting it in half. So that, I think, is my issue. So in other words, this one also will not be exactly 48. I will cut the board in half, split the difference, cut the width of the blade on either side, make a mark so that each piece is as close to exactly the same length as they can be. So in other words, I will put my pencil mark at exactly 48 inches, which is half the width of, or half the length of this board. And then when I'm cutting it, I'll put the saw blade right on the center of that mark, so that they will, both pieces should be almost exactly the same length. I say almost exactly because even from the factory, these boards aren't necessarily cut exactly to 96 inches or 8 feet. So we're talking about some discrepancies that might occur that I'm okay with. They're not that. They're going to be like less than a 16th of an inch off, probably. Okay, so I got that centered. So let's see how close we did. How close these two are together. It's not exact. Pretty stinking close though. This table isn't exactly flat either, so it's hard to know. But yeah, those are close enough. Less than probably like a 30-second difference or less, which is within tolerance by far. So how many of these do I need is the question. So we're talking 3 shelves. Each shelf has 2 48s, I think. Let me check here. Yep. So we're going to need 6 of those. So I'm going to cut 3 boards in half to get those 6 pieces. Not necessarily taking note of which boards to use for what, because to get really specific about that and like use the show pieces like the best looking boards for the outer parts, but I'm just going to use what comes next in the stack. Ain't nobody got time for that to like make sure that every visual presentation of this thing is optimum. I do generally like turn the boards a certain way to make the flaws less apparent. Okay, see, like this one is 96.5 inches long, so it's 8 feet plus a half inch. That's odd. So I'm going to cut it at 8 feet, so it's the same as the other one. Otherwise, we'll have some serious discrepancies on it. cut this the same way I did the last one, and I'll just cut that end off. Pretty weird, huh? So you can't really trust the measurements you're going to get from a hardware store. You really need to double check everything, just in case there's weird stuff like that. Also, the other day, the very first time I bought wood for this project, I did not pay close enough attention, and I bought some 92 and 5/8 or whatever the standard stud size is. I bought some of the shorter ones, they're 92 and something, and I bought some of the 96 full 8-foot ones. And so when I had them home, I was like, wait, why are some of these shorter than the others? And that was why. Sometimes when you go to a hardware store, you'll have things in the wrong bins too. Like it'll be marked 8-foot, but it's actually the 92. Or you'll have screws, the wrong size screws in the wrong bin. So you gotta really pay close attention when you're buying stuff, because they might have been stocked properly at one point by the employees, but you have tons of customers going in there pulling out screws like, oh no, that's not what I want, and they throw it in the wrong bin. So you really gotta check that stuff. Okay. We'll get something done here. I may not assemble anything, but I'll get a bunch of pieces cut and ready to assemble, which that is something. I mean, it doesn't feel like progress, but it is. Every step is important. So I'm just cutting off that extra ½ inch that they gave me, which I don't need. So 2 more, cut down 2 more. I bought a total of 30 2x4s when I was at the store the other day. Sounds like a crazy lot to me. I had, for this second work table that I'm currently starting on, I only needed to buy 5 more 2x4s. So why 30 instead, you might ask? Because I'm doing another project after this one, and that one's much bigger. It's a much bigger project than these work tables, even though these work tables are pretty significant already. I just saw a mosquito, so we're going to get my zapper out just to see if it works. Once again, I need to probably keep it away from the dust while I'm not using it. Problem is I can't pull it really quick and zap a bug if I'm doing this woodworking stuff. I need another table over here somewhere to put it on. I don't have a chair though. It'll work. Used to be in arm's length away to grab it if I need it. I can just as well clap the mosquitoes, but I just figured this might give me a better fighting chance because they are fairly good at dodging my claps. Nasty bugs. Okay, here's the 48 mark. Man, I'm feeling tired or fatigued or something. I think it's just because I didn't sleep enough. I don't think I'm like having any heat adverse things, anything like that. I mean, I don't think I'm having too much heat exposure. I have these umbrellas. It's actually cooling down a little bit now. It was hot earlier. Okay, so this 2x4 is almost exactly 96 inches or 8 feet long, so I don't have to cut an extra ½ inch or anything off this one. I'm just gonna divide it in half. And then we'll have our 6 4-footers that we need. There's tricks you can do with closing one eye versus looking with 2 eyes, depending on which angle you need to see, but I can't really describe that in detail, but sometimes that helps. Saying all these random tips, making it sound like I actually know what I'm doing, which I don't really. I'm not a pro woodworker by any means. I'm just sharing the things that I do know. And anyone that is a pro will just be rolling their eyes, turning in their grave if they're watching from the afterlife. But you know, it's alright. So got those cut. What's next? Let's cut the members that go across this way. So I'm not going to cut them the same length as I cut them in this first one because, like I said, I'm not going to do the groove method, I don't think. I am going to, I think executive decision, I'm not going to have any inset here. I'll just put them on the edge of the board, so that'll be easy. Doesn't matter, but essentially we're just measuring in between these. This is 1.5, 1.5, that's 3, 6. So if we're doing 27, this should be 21. It isn't exactly 21, it's actually 21 and almost about a 16th. Let's check the other side. I would like them to generally match. Part of that, the reason for that imperfection is because I was doing those grooves with the table saw, and my ability to make a perfect depth on the groove was, I couldn't do it because of the imprecision of my table saw. So that's probably why it's not exactly 21 inches. But I think I will match it, I guess. So I'll just cut all of my cross members to be 21 and 1/16. That way when I lay these, you know, end to end right next to each other, they'll line up nicely. I guess that's a good thing. Doesn't matter. I mean, a 1/16 of an inch in the end isn't going to make a difference. But so how many of those do I need? I need 3 per. Got one here, and one over there. So 3 per shelf. There's 3 shelves. So I need 9 of those. 21 and a 16th. Let's write that down so I don't forget. 21 and 1/16. Some of these might be long enough. That's why I keep all these scraps. Sweet. This one is. This one probably is the same as that one. So we have 2 already. We're maximizing the use of our board because these are only 22 inches long, so we're only wasting like less than an inch. So that's why I keep all these scraps around. And then for the rest of them, we'll probably just cut from a new board. I think that's the only scraps that I have are going to be big enough. I have some really small scraps that I probably can't use for anything, but I still keep those too because I do weird random woodworking projects where a piece like this is exactly what I'm looking for. So I keep these little things around just in case. Now if they're like, you know, tiny, then I don't keep those necessarily. But okay, so let's cut this to 21 and 1/16. So I'll mark the other one while we're at it. Okay, got 2. I need 9 total, so let's cut 7 more of those. I like this assembly line way of doing things, just cutting everything in advance, and then I can just put it together. The gluing process will be different because last time oh, speaking of that, you know what I should have done? The reason I was getting all those drips is because I just, like made the zigzag pattern of glue on there. I should have like smoothed it out with a foam brush, then it wouldn't have dripped off as much. That's live and learn. That would have made all the difference in the world. So on the next time I'm gluing stuff, I'll actually brush it out probably. Minimize the dripping. What am I doing? Just getting some new boards. I just want to make sure I don't have any scraps in here. Because if I do, I want to use them up. Don't think so. I have one scrap that has a fairly specific purpose in mind, I think. Because it's a weird board. Oh! I think that purpose is this. I think that's what I had these. That's why I had it. This is going to be complicated though. Ooh. No, we're not going to use it for that, are we? Here's the thing. So I have this random board here from a project like 10 years ago, and I don't even know where this came from, but it is a very weird board. Pretty sure this came from a hardware store a long time ago. It's not 3.5. It's like 3 3/8. I think it's not quite 1.5, but it's basically 1.5. So this dimension is normal, but this one is not. It's 1 3/8 instead of, 3 3/8, sorry. It's 3 3/8 instead of 3.5. Just a weird board. So if I were to be in a situation where this dimension matters, which it kind of does in a lot of those things, it would screw me up. So I want to use it in a place where it's not going to affect that. I think the vertical members of the shelves will screw me up if it's not exactly 3.5, so I'm not going to use it there. But I think I can use it, for example, I don't know if you can see from there, but these supports are doubled up. We have shorter ones behind the long one. I can probably use it for those because I don't think the width of the board matters so much, it's just the length. So that's probably what I'll save that piece for, a couple of those. Otherwise, I was thinking I could use it for the ones I'm cutting right now, but I don't think that would be wise. That would cause me severe distress later when I'm trying to match things up and the measurements aren't matching up. So let's just do a new board. Gotta talk this all out, think it through, otherwise you make these kind of mistakes and it just really causes problems later down the road. So let's just avoid it altogether. Got some staples in here. Could maybe remove them, but I don't know if they matter or not. I have that really narrow chisel, might be able to get in there. But I don't want to dull the end of it, so I'll just leave them. Put them on the inside face or something. Okay, so 21 1/16, was that what it was? Where's my little notes? 21 1/16. Let's see how many we can get out of length board and beef. I guess I don't really need to see if this is actually 8 foot, but I'm actually more curious than anything else. See how many of these are irregular. This one's actually 8 feet. Okay. 21 1/16. So you don't want to measure multiple of them, so you don't want to do like 21 1/16, 42 and an 8, because your width of your blade cuts off, so you'd be short on the next one. So do each cut, you could know the width of your blade and like add 1/8 of an inch to your measurements as you're shifting them down, but I just figure I'll just do each cut and measurement as a separate process, so minimize the amount of stupid brain math errors that I do. So I'm not that good with fractional math in my head. I have to really think about it. Three down, 6 to go. I'm not really sure what I did on that one. I'm going to check it. I feel like I'm getting a little bit sloppy or tired or something. Okay, I did it right. So I was thinking I might have done 21 and an eighth instead of a 16th. I did not. I did it right. So it might be annoying to hear me talking all this out. First of all, live stream, gotta talk. So that's my excuse. But even when I'm doing the summary, sometimes I do that. Talk to myself a little bit, because if you don't talk through things, you're liable to make some dumb mistake. Like possibly on that first one that I built, some of the slight discrepancies are due to me not talking it out in my head. I don't have to talk out loud necessarily, but I gotta think about it, and I found it does help me a little bit if I'm actually saying stuff out loud. It's kind of 64th long or so. We're good. It's within tolerance. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need 9 of them. So 3 more. Let's see. Yeah. I don't remember if I need any more 48s. I've kind of forgot that I had that scrap 48 here. I was going to preserve that for one of the 48ers, but I already cut all those, so I'm just trying to make sure there's not any other 48. I'm going to still save that one, because these ones that are inset right here are not 48, but they're like 41 or something. I can use it for one of those, just chop a bit off. So let's start with another brand new board, full length. And like before, I just find it amusing just to see how many of these are not 8 feet. I'm just curious to see what this one's all about. Another proper 8-footer. I might have just done that one defective, if you want to call it that. It's not defective, but if you were counting on them being 8 foot and you didn't need to cut them, you're just like, oh yeah, I got a bunch of 8-footers. That would really throw your project up a lot, being a whole half-inch off. So yeah, gotta watch all those details. 21 and 1/16. The reason I'm going so slow is the slower you go, the less breakout on the back of the board, splintering. if you just like chop right through really fast, it's going to just splinter the wood like crazy. So that's why I usually go a little bit slow. Alright. Where's the pencil? I can't see very well with these stupid goggles on. Check to make sure we still got a good camera angle over here. Seems okay. Not sure about the lighting though. Auto exposure probably jumping up and down. It's super annoying. I wish it would just stabilize, but AI auto exposure. Oh, there's a mosquito. Let's see if I can zap it. I want to see, just for fun. Once this thing works even. I gotta visualize. I have my earbuds in, so I can't hear if it made a noise when it zapped, or if it even worked. Oh, yep, I see the mosquito inside the zapper. It's toast, I guess. I mean, it looks intact, but I don't know if you can see it in there. I'll try to show it. Oh, it fell out. I don't know if you saw it before it fell out, but yeah, it worked. Nice. That's cool. I gave this a passing grade already, and I've only used it once. It's awesome. I like with my hands, like when you're clapping or going like this or whatever, I miss like probably half the time. Even just whatever. That time, first try, got it easy, no problem. Part of the fact is that it has all those holes in it, so it's not producing a puff of air. Like when you move your hands, you're like displacing a lot of air, which actually tends to like push out sideways, so little flies might actually get pushed out sideways, plus they have brains and they use that momentum to their advantage and push out before you can clap them and all that kind of stuff. House flies are really hard to get unless you have a fly swatter, because they're so fast. Oh, I feel on my arm. It is definitely mosquito hour. Okay, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so I need 2 more. 21 and 1/16. Yeah, with all the holes in the racket, doesn't displace any air as it's approaching the fly or whatever, so that's why fly swatters are effective. They have a bunch of holes in them. The fly can't really see it coming fast enough or feel it. One more. $21 and 1/16. Gotta say it every time. Okay, we got almost all the parts cut. The parts that I did today at the end of the first one, I'm going to save till the end of the second one. I'm not going to try to cut those in advance, because they're those kind of parts that you need to get really tight tolerances on, so I'll wait till the very end to cut those. Yeah, this is going to be cool. The second one's going to be much better, in my opinion, than the first one. Even though the second one, I'm not going to cut those grooves for the cross members. Like, in case you don't know what I'm talking about. Each shelf is composed of like this. And there's 3 of them. So, like, mock up a fake shelf here. I think this is a scrap I can use for something. It's pretty big. I know you're all like, probably know what I'm talking about, but just for fun, this is kind of what a shelf looks like. It's 3 of these across, and then another this on the other side. Before, I was cutting a groove for these to fit in so they were less likely to skew side to side, and I could have more gluing surface because I glue the end and like that little overlapping side. So I felt like that was stronger, but I don't think it makes that big of a difference, and it's way more difficult and kind of dangerous to use my table saw because it's kind of not a good table saw. So I'm going to not do that. We're just going to butt these up like this, screw them in, glue them, and call it good. The other thing I'm going to change on this second design, on the second table, instead of having these inset like an inch or so, I think I've decided I'm going to, oh, I see a mosquito. Is it coming toward me? I might be able to clap it. Nope, I missed. That's the thing. I miss a lot. And then they just disappear and bite me in like my back or something. I'm just going to put them on the very ends on the second one instead of insetting them. And if I decide I want to double up, I can just put slap a board on the inside. Because I'm not sure I need to or want to double up. I could leave an inch and a half here in case I want to put a second board there, but I think that's overkill. It doesn't need to be that crazy strong. So I'll just put it at the very end like that instead. So yeah, this will be different. Slightly different. I think it'll be a better design overall. And then the piece of plywood will be exactly 24 this way by 48 that way. I'll screw that down before I assemble it. And then the gaps of the posts that go on top of these will be adjusted up, however, whatever the thickness of the OSB plywood is. And I think the result will be cleaner looking and possibly stronger. I don't think it'll be weaker. I don't know if it'll be stronger or not having those grooves. I really don't think those grooves make a big difference. They might make some difference, but not enough to matter. So yeah. So what else do I need to cut? We got all 9 of those, right? Yes. I'm not going to cut anything else. I think I'm not going to cut until I'm done assembling because I want to cut them to exacting gapless size. And I can't do that if I don't have it partially assembled already. That's the other problem with mosquitoes. You can't really see where they're at. They might be doing their strategic flight maneuvers. They probably have flight plans like football players. Their coaches have called the plays. It's like, okay, evasive maneuver number 16. It's like, whooshoo, and then you get you on your elbow or your leg or something. So it's hard to catch them every time. I kind of need that zapper to be like within hand's reach, hanging somewhere, so I can just grab it and zap. Because I'm not fast enough. But it works. It definitely works. Okay, so I think I'm actually done with all the cutting I'm going to do today. I could start assembling, technically speaking. And I might just do that out here, because this is a decent work table. If I spread these out a little bit more, it'll be more stable. And I can just do the assembly out here instead of taking it inside where it's dark and I have to change the camera angle a bunch of times. I'll just do it right here. Not sure how much I'll get done on that, but we'll get a start anyway. Let's see, what am I looking at? All right. There, posts in the way, but that's not a big deal. All right, let's get to it. Get the glue. The good thing is I'm done with sawing for the day, I think, so I can brush off the extra dust, and consequently I can have the bug zapper closer by, so I don't have to worry about getting dust in the little wire mesh stuff. I love it when a plan comes together. It's actually not a plan at all. Just... Yeah, we're good. We're ready. I could also like do the assembly on this table and move this off. This is just easier since it's cleared. What pieces do we have? Last time when I made the first one, I assembled the posts first. But since they're no longer going to be 3.5 inches, and the cutaway for the shelves is going to be plus whatever the thickness of the plywood is, I'm not going to work on those till the end. So I will start on the shelves. Glue and screws and drill. Glue. I don't know if clamps are going to do me any good here. Probably not. Wish there was a way to clamp these, but it's not really feasible. She had a super long clamp. Oh shoot, I forgot that I broke my drill bit. I hope I have another one that's close enough to the right thickness. I might have to break out my super old drill set, that is terrible quality, but might be out of the decent one, because I think I've broken 3 drill bits so far on this, all these projects combined. And I think every single one has been dropping the drill on the ground. I don't think I have any that are the right thickness. Actually, this one, what is the thickness here? 9/64. That's more than an 1/8. I feel like that might be thicker than it should be. It might work, but I just don't want to make these. Yeah, I think I need an 1/8, or even smaller. I think 1/8 is what's called for. Let's see if I have any close. Five 30 seconds. What is that? I don't know. Can't do math right now. You're so specific. So 9/64 again. I probably should buy like a big old pack of 1/8 inch. It seems like I'm always needing that size, approximately. General purpose, good size to have around. I think I broke all of them. All the ones that I had before. Mosquito. Alright, so I'm going to break out my ancient set of garbage drill bits. Hoping that in there I have one of the proper width. This is fun. This is cool. I got this big old pack of drill bits. They're pretty thin now. And if they were an 1/8, that would be amazing. I got these for free. I did a back when Temu was new and everybody was doing it. I don't do Temu anymore. I don't really trust that site, but I got a bunch of stuff. I got somebody else's shipment, including this and a bunch of other things, and they said, "Oh, you don't have to return it. Well, you didn't pay for it, and that's fine. You can keep it." And I was like, "Okay, cool." I think these are too small, but I got like a security camera, a piece of junk. Probably I'm not going to use it, I don't think. But hey, free stuff. Got a bunch of zip ties. And then also 2 times they were late on their shipment, and they have a guarantee that if you don't get it by a certain date, they give you $5. So that happened 2 times. I basically got a bunch of stuff for free because I think I only spent like $10 anyway. So I was like, sweet. They're already not making any money, I'm sure, with their prices, and to get some error like that where they basically pay you for it, it's like, all right, I'll go for it. I guess I have to be careful not to hit myself with this because I don't know. I mean, it only has 2 AA batteries in there, so I don't know how much of a shock that would give me, but anyway, just try not to zap myself. Okay, yeah, let's get the drill bits out, see if I have the right size. I might run out of 3-inch. Looks like I do have an 1/8. I have 2, maybe have 2 that I can work with if I break one. Or 3 even. It's a big set here, those duplicates. Hey, come on out here where I have my zapper. I'll show you what's up. I want to use this thing all the time now. Make sure it consistently works. See if I can find that guy in here. I don't see him. Or her, I don't know. I don't know if most mosquitoes are male or female. So we got a cheap, whatever, drill bit. It doesn't have the hex back on it, so it's way harder to tighten up and get stuck in here. I wonder though, these might, I mean, I don't think they're 1/8. They're 1/8-inch drill bits, but man, there's a lot of those, and they're probably close enough that I could use them. It's pretty cool, actually. Get all those for free. Okay. It's like a lifetime supply, except for the fact that I drop my drill so often that it's not a lifetime supply. Okay, so this is the hard part. Getting everything. When I had those grooves, I could place everything accurately because I could just put them in the groove and they'd be where they should be. But without clamps and without grooves, I'm just going to have to try to hold it in the right place. It's going to be more challenging, especially if I glue it, have sloppy glue all over the place. Let's think about this here. I could pre-drill the holes. Kind of use this makeshift table as a height setter to make sure I get these lined up with the same vertical position. This must not be plugged in. Nope. Could probably tripped over it and pulled it out at some point. Yeah, this is the issue. Like, I wish I could somehow clamp these together, but I don't even really know of a clamp that would work in that way. Like a right angle clamp. I'm sure there is such a thing, but I don't really know what they look like. It's not doing squat, but that's a masonry bit. I think of that, but that's probably why there's more than one of the same width. It's from masonry or something, because it's not doing anything. I've never actually had to use masonry bits. I don't really know what they look like or what the difference is. But that's probably what that is. This one's probably a regular one. Got a mosquito. Yeah, the tennis racket is very effective, but it's hard to have it in my hand at the right time when I need it. So I'm not sure it's going to be that useful. If I'm juggling though, like if I'm juggling the soccer ball, I could just have it in my hand the whole time and swat it around. That might work. Might distract me from pushing the smart button. Alright, I think I am still going to glue these. It might be a little bit unnecessary or kind of not very effective, but I think I'll do it anyway. Let's see. I wonder if they would work on a yellow jacket. I don't really like killing insects just for killing them though. I'll just let the ones buzz around until they lose interest and go away. I'm not really a fan of killing things unnecessarily. What am I looking for? Glue and a brush. The brush is actually what I'm looking for. That's something I should have bought while I was at the places where stores are and stuff. I should have bought more of these foam brushes. This one is pretty messed up. I'll get the screws out there. Here's the glue. Yeah, so if I would have brushed down that glue instead of just making that zigzag pattern, I think it would have dripped a lot less because it wouldn't be all bunched up into, drippy things. So like that, it's going to drip off, but if I brush it on, so it's like in a flat sheet of glue or whatever, then it probably wouldn't have dripped off as much. This thing is solid as a rock because it's been used a million times. I think that'll work fine without the grooves. I mean, maybe it's not as strong in some ways, but I think with the plywood on top of it, binding it all together in a perfect square, and then supported by the posts on the side, I don't think it's going to make much difference, if any at all. It'll be just as strong in the long run. Okay. Gotta measure the center here. Plus, it's so much faster. I don't have to do all that extra work of cutting the grooves, which I did not enjoy. I generally like doing that kind of joinery and stuff, but man, I was just struggling with that so bad. Let's make marks for the sides of this thing. So mosquito right by my ear. They seem to like to go by ears, I've noticed. Okay, where's my stupid racket thing? Way over here. It's way too far away. Serious? Where are you? Ah, the moment passed. That's the thing. I gotta have it like within arm's reach, or it's no good. I wish the mosquitoes were like a little bit more intelligent. some insects, I don't really know much about insect stuff, but some of them seem kind of intelligent, so that like they learn. You know, I wish they would get afraid, like if they see that you're attacking them, they just run away. Like for example, yellow jackets, wasps and stuff, seem to have a little bit more intelligence, but not mosquitoes. This isn't quite fast enough to turn on. I think I missed. Need to be not so coy with my strikes. I gotta be just like whack. Come on, dude. All right. See one. Come to Papa, as they say. Not sure if I got it. Seems like I must have. I don't see it. Sometimes I'll just like probably get hit, but then fall immediately to the ground. I won't necessarily catch them in the racket itself. Okay. Sometimes they don't line up. Like I pre-drill the screws, but they're like up or down or side to side. That's why clamps would be awesome. Alright, 2 of 3 down. Need a little bit more room here so I don't have to shimmy stuff around. Big brain move. Let's bring this chair over here so I can put stuff on there. Back to my traditional popularity or lack thereof. It's actually been a surprising while since I've had a zero chat stream, and it wasn't even a zero chat stream because Proud Pizza was here, so it doesn't even count. It's actually pretty relatively active. But I used to have so many of these zero chat streams, you wouldn't even believe it. Okay, I wish I could figure out a reliable way to align these up without using clamps. Actually, I just thought of something. I can use clamps. I can clamp it to the surface that I'm working on. Genius. I don't want to say I'm genius, but it's a good idea. Okay. There we go. I still have to undo it when I pull it, but at least the drills should stay in the same position. Probably have to use 2 clamps to really keep it in place, which is a lot of effort, but I guess it's probably worth it in the end. Okay. Yeah, learning something new every day. That's a lot of effort to go through for every thing that I do here, but I think it's worth it. It's kind of annoying when it moves. Oops. Just lost an earpiece. Oh, come on. Oh. Need a wider table too. Little details matter a lot. Everything's falling off, or about to fall off because this thing isn't wide enough to balance things on. The nuance of this method is that I have to do it rather quickly before the glue starts drying. And because I don't have a good squeeze clamp on this other side, I have to do this irritating, catastrophic fail screw-in kind of clamp. Those are trash compared to the pistol grip ones. Never seemed to quite line up right when I drill screws holes. Not that far off, but it's off a little bit. Alright, the other side should be easier because these aren't going to be sliding around, although they might slide side to side, like these might not be straight, so I might have to use clamps to keep them in the right spot when I'm drilling the holes, but see, yeah, I wish this table was wider. It might have something for that. I don't want to make a mess on these, but I can use the bottom side of them. That should help. It's like this is up higher than that a little bit, even though I had it flat on the table. When I drilled the holes and then pull the screws in, it just shifts a little bit. And I don't know the science of that, like why that happens, but that's a very common thing when I pre-drill the holes and you would think they would line up to wherever the holes were drilled at the beginning, but they don't. I don't know why. It's very weird to me. Here's where I look at the boards and put the nicest side out. This looks kind of weird there, so I'm going to put that on the inside so it won't show. I'm going to line it up on one side. You'll see what I'm talking about. It doesn't line up over there because these are not straight. But I'll do one at a time. Actually, I can't do one at a time. Because once this is in, I can't put glue on the others, so I have to do all three at the same time. Which would be fantastic if I had really long clamps to go from end to end, but I don't. So, how am I going to deal with this stress situation? I'm going to mark my positions where the glue needs to be, glue all three, and then drill one at a time and hope for the best. I can sort of use a clamp to squeeze it in position if I need to. So I'll pre-drill this first one, maybe. I think that would be helpful. The rest I'm not going to try to pre-drill, I'll just deal with the stress of moving things as it comes. But I do need to make marks. Pencil? Where are you? Disappearing act extraordinary. Oh, there it is. Tape measure. Okay. Square. Square are you? I don't know what happened to my other clamp like this. I should have two of these. I don't know where the other one is. Okay. Let's mark this. Guess I could mark this too. 1.5. I know which area to glue more accurately. I also know where to align the board when I'm having to use weird, stressful clamping techniques while the glue is smearing all over the place. Okay. All three positions are marked. So I can put the glue on all three spots and just deal with the stress of having to do it all in one go. I should have put a little bit more glue on, but it'll be fine. I don't think the glue matters that much. I just want to give it the best possible action I can. Okay, then we start on one end, do this end first. Seems logical. The other ones are not pre-drilled, so that's going to be stressful a little bit. No, you don't. Okay, quickly gotta put these in position using clamps if they're not where they need to be. So just push over a little bit, put a clamp on the side of it to keep it from sliding the way it wants to. Pre-drill really quick. Not so bad. That last one's going to be the hardest because it's really bent out of shape. Shift a lot. I don't understand. Get it. Okay, the last one, most complicated of all. What are we going to do with this? Think fast. Think fast, Flo. What are we doing? Need to pull this in somehow, but I don't have a clamp long enough to attach to here, so how can I pull that in? I am going to use my brain. We're going to use gravity. Gravity is our friend. Put this on its end so that gravity pushes these two together. Like there. It's not really gravity, but kind of. Okay. We can pre-drill this. That dimension. Okay, I'm going to use a clamp for that. That is not lined up. It's irritating. I don't understand why these forces skew everything possible. They're not lined up in this dimension either. So those pre-drills that I just did are not in the right place. Also, that is in the way. Wow, this is complicated. Gotta angle that up so it's not in the way of the drill. Let's pre-drill these again. It's a new position. Hopefully it's... Lots to think about. Hold it in that position a little bit. I get close to make sure I pull in this direction. That should be adequately good. That worked out. If I repeat that same kind of process and don't forget any of the weird intermediate steps, it should work next time. We just have to be a little bit more strategic in order of operations. But there's our first shelf. Mosquitoes. Yeah. I like this thing, but it's hard to get it ready fast enough. Got it. Oh yeah, I can see it sparking in there. Stinky. That works. Happy with it. It's a worthwhile purchase. I think it's a little bit easier and more reliable than trying to swap them out of the air. It's not easy, but I think for inside it would work too for houseflies. Those are hard to catch. Those are so fast. So that might be effective for that also. Okay. Got one shelf down. 2 to go. What time is it? 7 o'clock. Might be able to do one more. Too late. I don't know if I can actually finish an entire one, but I can make a start on it anyway. Actually, I liked having those marks there. That actually helped to know where to line the boards up. Do that again.
listening to Sonic the Hedgehog music. It's not the same as what you guys are hearing on the stream. Makes me want to play Sonic again.
Alright, that should help having those marks. I should transfer them over to this side so I can see them when I'm going upright. The ends down there, just the middle. Okay. Think. What are we doing next? Need to get these. Yeah. Space of action. I don't know where they go. Sometimes it feels like they just disappear. There's some amazing flight patterns where they just, they're in view and then all of a sudden you just can't see them anymore. Okay, so this one, if I do it right, I can clamp it to the table. Is it worth that extra time? I don't know. Probably. I wish I just had more of those pistol grip clamps because they're so much better. I guess if I leave that one clamped on that end, I can just undo this one when I glue it. That seems like it makes sense. Forever Red, hello, you know. How's it going? Blue. I think this, I got this down to a better process where it's not going to be stressful. Noise. Glad to hear it. Oh, mosquito. Where's it? I feel like there's a pretty good success rate if I just do a large swath area. And probably got that one, I don't see it anymore. But okay. No, actually I'm making a work table, which I'll show you in a second here after I get this attached. Where is the clamp? Oh. I need more of these clamps. I should have bought that one today. I would have been very happy with this particular. I would have been happier with this particular task because this a lot more effectively if I had two pistol grip clamps. I think that moved. It was moving in a weird way, but it didn't move in a way that affected the position of the joint, which is good. Okay, so let me show you real quick if I can. Oh, there's lots of obstacles here, but we can make it happen. Almost see it from here, but let's just do the full treatment for those that might be lurking and haven't seen the end product yet. I've made one already on stream. This is the second one I'm working on right now. Eventually there might be as many as 3. But I'm only going to make 2 right now. The third one is just bonus if I have money and time later on. So what I'm working on right now is one of these shelves. We've finished one of them already for the second work table. This is the work table that I finished early on stream. It's on wheels and has 3 shelves to it. So I'm going to make 2 or 3 of these. You can see that. Alright, let's go back over here. I'm not going to finish today. It's going to be a multiple day project. I've already worked on it. I think this is my 4th stream making these things. And before that, I was making a loft for my shed. And yeah, got lots of stuff to do. I got a huge project after this one that's bigger than what I'm doing now. It'd be handy, yeah. I'm going to try to use my shop for starting a small business of sorts, or just doing work in there, so needed a place to do the work. And I could have bought some, or I've even seen free work tables on Craigslist, but they're not anywhere near where I live, so I can't go pick them up. Otherwise, I probably would have gone for that, just to save money, because I don't really have any money right now, but this is the cheapest reasonable way, and I can make them exactly how I want them, so this is a good way to go. It's just it would have been even cheaper if I found somebody else's, not paid anything. I also don't have a big enough vehicle to pick stuff up, even if ever there was a Craigslist ad near me or something. I can't pick large things up. Okay. Oh, I forgot about the pre-drilling, but we're just going to do it all in the one go here. I'm going to put that in position, put that in position, clamp it down on the end. There we go. Oh, mosquito alert. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? I should look up more. I bet they have one of their escape routes is probably hovering above my head. I feel like I'm getting faster each time I do something because I learn or invent some kind of process. Makes it go a little bit more smoothly. Not only do I get faster, but each time I discover a new way to do something, it gets better, more accurate. What up, hey El Muerto? How's it going? Just making some workbench in my shop. Been pretty busy lately doing all this kind of stuff. Going pretty good. Nice. Glad to hear it. Okay. Got one more of these. Let's just put the glue down. I think we've discovered that works good doing it in that order. Just finished supervising my kitchen fix. Nice. That's cool. Very fun. I love this kind of work. Some stuff needs some fixing. Nice. Get all fancy looking now. Let's get this in place. Mosquito alert in my face. Get out of my face. Got you. I got you. Man, they know when they know. They see it coming. Oh, it's storming there? Huh. Mexico? Storming what? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Good point. Yeah. It's been hot here, too. And I enjoy the hot weather, though. I don't know if I'll get tired of it. I'm pretty adaptable. I like hot. Like cold's fine, too. I'm just like, I like the seasons. I'd prefer not rain, because then I can't go hiking, really, but... Get a knob or something there, it's tough. Oh yeah, for sure. I totally get it. Yeah, if it's that hot, then I can't even do outdoor stuff. So yeah, it's not been quite that hot here, so it's endurable for sure. Or sometimes when it's stormy, it's like super muggy or humid. Like if it's hot already and then there's just a storm thrown into the middle of that, it might just be like a super hot, muggy day or something. All right, yeah, that went a lot more smoothly since I got that process figured out. Connect this last piece, and that's probably all I'll be able to do this stream, I'm not sure. Ooh, dang, that sounds good. I haven't done anything like that in ages. How close are you to the beach? Can you like make day trips like easily, or? Sounds amazing. I'm too far away from the beach to go there. I'd have to make a pretty long trip. I can go there. It's possible. It's just it would be a long day trip. I'd have to get up early in the morning. Make an all-day thing out of it to make it worthwhile. Okay, let's just glue all three of these and then we'll do our thing here. Oh, I'm gonna measure them first. Yeah, I don't think I'll do the third shelf, even though it'd be nice to get all the shelves done. It's getting kind of late. Although I am getting way faster each time I do it. It probably is about the last one a lot faster than the first one, even the second one. Yeah, we'll see. This kind of stuff where I'm not cutting anything, I actually do inside the shop. I just been avoiding doing the cutting of boards and stuff inside the shop because I don't want to make massive dust in there. Keep it relatively clean for now. It's not really meant to be a wood shop anyway. Like, I don't know if I'll do woodworking in there much. Okay, let's glue them and then screw them. Glue and screw. Actually, let me get my other clamp because then I could do both sides at the same time. That would be way better. Where's it? Theory should work. I have to do that last one differently, I think. Like on its end, like I did before. But maybe not. It's actually not. I might not have to. This one's not as warped as the other one was, so it might be good. It reminds me of when I lived in Brazil. And when I lived there, I didn't go to the beach that much, but we made some long trips to the beach. I've been to Brazilian beaches. Oh, well, actually quite a few Brazilian beaches because we did this big road trip and saw a ton of places. It was awesome. It was amazing. Oh man, what a life that was. That was crazy. Probably never experience anything like that again. Alright, there we go. Now I can use my pistol grip on this side, hopefully. Keep it in place. Where is it though? Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Very nice. I'm getting low on screws. Probably have to go get some tomorrow or something. Run out. In the middle of the project. It should be irritating. Okay, this one we're gonna have to move a little bit to the side. So we're gonna go like this. Put this where I want it to be. Right there. Easier said than done. That's good. So that keeps that dimension where I want it. I'm going to do this on the top to make sure it's flat on the bottom. Alright, this last one doesn't look like it'll be hard at all. Pull it out. Actually, it's already in position. Perfect. Just use this to keep it flat. Should be good. Wish I could just have this at my fingertips at any given time. By the time I get it in action, it's too late every time. It's weird, where did it go? It's like it disappeared. And as soon as I put the racket down, they're back. It's like... Alright, that went pretty nice and smooth. If I can remember all those steps on the last one, it shouldn't take that long to do. I guess, I mean, I could do it tonight. It's not supposed to take that long. That would definitely be the limit, though. Can't do anything beyond that. Because I can't do any more cuts tonight. And the next stuff I have to do involves cutting stuff down. I see you. Where are you going? Got you. Sure. Okay, I'll try to do the last one real quick. Now that I have a decent process to do it more smoothly. Where's my pencil? It all breaks down as soon as I try to go fast. Everything disappears on me. Take 10 minutes just to look for my pencil. Murphy's Law. That's how it works. It's weird. I don't know where it could be. Grab another one if I don't see it. Mosquito, come on. Maybe they do have intelligence and they're like sending a message to each other like, avoid that guy with the weird electro superhero weapon. Yeah, I don't know where my pencil is. Just get another one. It's so weird. Like, I just slow down. Pay attention to what I'm doing here. Except for these mosquitoes. Oh yeah, I actually heard that one. I got a nice zap out of it. Four. Man, that could be entertaining. I mean, not necessarily for streaming content, but I could just sit outside, let all the mosquitoes come and just try to zap them all. Unfortunately, I think some of them would get by and I wouldn't see them and I'd get a million mosquito bites. Otherwise, it could be kind of fun. Not my idea of fun, though. I have better things to do with my time than that. Part of me wants to do it just for revenge. Not that I'm a vengeful person. I wouldn't sit outside just to do that, but like if I wanted to sit outside, maybe I would do that, just like have that thing near me and not have to hate being outside at this time of day. But again, I think they would somehow get past me enough that they would still bite me way too much. I need a new brush, that much is certain. They must be smart enough to know, like, they could probably identify eyeballs of various species of animals and stuff, like humans and animals. They probably know when you're looking at them, so because it seems like they kind of try to go in places that you can't see. Like one of the most common places they bite me is on the back of my elbows, because you can't really see them. So I feel like they have some instincts or intelligence of some sort. It's not like maybe super extensive, but must have some intelligence or some brainwave patterns going on. They certainly know when to dodge claps and stuff like that. Okay.
Except that one. Got it.
Yeah, I need to get some more of these pistol grip things. I might even be, if I have to go in to get some more screws tomorrow, I might be tempted just to buy another one of these, because these are so much better. Save so much time and frustration. I got that way too close to that edge. Can't reach it here. Clamps in position like that. Add some screws there. I didn't need to do all three of those. That was kind of fun. Should have done one at a time. It's only on the other side I need to do all three. But that's fine. It doesn't matter that much, except that it's like dripping down and losing some of the glue. Making a mess. So I can feel them. I can feel the mosquitoes on me. It's on my forehead, I think. Yep. This is way faster than I was doing the first time. It took me forever. Possible the mosquitoes are actually making me go a little faster because I'm kind of anxious to get away from them. Part of it that I don't get them with this, I'm not quite used to how that thing works. It has a on button, but it also has a little button you have to hold down while you're using it. Kind of a safeguard. And I keep forgetting to do that. I think they're starting to swarm a little bit more now. Okay, one more little thing over here, and then this side is done. This is way faster to do it this way. Oops, I forgot about the glue there. I definitely need to go get screws tomorrow. I will run out before I finish this project. That's for sure. Alright, final side here. This fast because I'm going to do the ultimate supreme technique that I invented last time. We just clamp this in advance before we start, so it can't move at all. It's like Tai Chi, Grand Ultimate Fist. This is the Grand Ultimate Technique, so it's basically the Tai Chi version of woodworking. Okay, let's get this all glued up. Where's the thing? Oh, thing. Oh, here it is. It's like standing up on its end so you can see it. Tricky. I actually miss the beach now that Alberto mentioned that. I was like, man, that sounds so nice. Wow. Going to the beach. Someday. Sounds amazing. Oh, you think so? Huh? Mess with me. You get El Sapo. Okay. There we go. Got you. Didn't even need my zap machine. Whoa, there's like 3 of them right there. What? Huh, actually got 2 of them. Probably got that one too. That was awesome. It's like they came in all together like a gang. Like, this guy's a superhero. We need to gang up on him. And yeah, that didn't end well for them. That was awesome. That was awesome. This brush is useless. It's like completely glued solid. It's not really a brush anymore. It's like a piece of wood scraping the glue. Piece of plastic. Okay. Here goes. This one first. Follow my foolproof formula. Oh, felt that one. Alright, next. Needs to be lined up before we do my trick on it, so well, this is the trick on it, I guess. Line it up in that dimension. That way. Oh, I see you. I got you. Alright, one more to go. This one should be easy. It's not fighting me in the position, so I don't need to clamp it in the other axis. Just hop here. Bunch of mosquitoes. Emissaries on the way. Oh, got that one. Okay. Almost done. I'm gonna get a lot of mosquito bites today. Alright, we're done. That's it, I think. Now, the question you ought to be asking yourselves at this moment is, alright, yeah, we're good. Oops. Got 3 shelves done. I got all the pieces cut pretty much except for the in-between joining pieces, which I have to wait till it's assembled to make those anyway. This is cool. I'm making good progress now. Got a good process worked out here. So these pieces, these 4 right here are my posts. I can start assembling this tomorrow. That'll be great. I'm making really good progress. Where's the 3rd shelf though? Oh, it's over here. Stack those ready to go for tomorrow. I think that's it probably for today. Thanks everybody for joining me and watching. I'm not going to say retreat from the mosquitoes because they haven't won the battle. I think I've done them more harm. Well, I'm sure I have several bites, but I think I will call it a night. Get some food. I might do a Bible reading stream later. I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, thanks everybody for joining me, and I will see you all next time. I'll take this with me just in case I have an encounter on the way back.